this evening to commemorate Black July. This has been 38 years and still carries an adverse effects that impact our community. Hello, everyone. My name is Ravina Rabindran, and I will be your host for tonight. I would like to mention again that if we can all have everyone on mute until we invite you to speak. This will also be a recorded session as well. To begin, I'd like to invite Tamara Shankar to sing the Canadian National Anthem and the Tamil Thai Bhatta. She is recently graduated from high school and is going to university this fall. She is also a strong supporter of the Toronto Tamil Chair. We kindly ask you to stand for the playing of the Canadian National Anthem and the Tamil Thai Bhatta and remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. வாழ்க நிரந்தரம், வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி, வாழிய வாழியவே. வானமளந்த தனைத்து மளந்திடும் வன்மொழி வாழியவே. ஏழ்கடல் வைப்பினும் தன்மனம் வீசி இசை கொண்டு வாழியவே. எங்கள் தமிழ் மொழி, எங்கள் தமிழ் மொழி என்றென்றும் வாழியவே. சூழ்களி நீங்க தமிழ் மொழியோங்க, துலங்குக வையகமே. தொல்லை வினைந்தது தொல்லையகன்று சுடர்க தமிழ்நாடே. வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி, வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி, வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழியே. வானமளந்த தனைத்து மளந்திடும் வன்மொழி வாழியவே. தமிழ் மொழி வாழியவே.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence in memory of the innocent Tamil people who have perished over the years, in remembrance of all their lives, as well as those all around the world who lost their lives to natural disasters and the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you. You may please be seated. Before we begin, as most of us live in the GTA, We'd like to acknowledge the land we reside is one of the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Chapaway, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. It is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and the Métis people. We also acknowledge that the Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty, signed by multiple Mississaugas and Chapaway bands. 1983. About 38 years ago, Tamils in Sri Lanka were targeted amidst tremendous atrocities by the Sinhalese majority. Black July was a time where it has had a profound impact in search of peace and political solution. This was a time showing ethnic conflict, systematic oppression in Sri Lanka, and ended in an orgy of violence. The International Red Cross called it an unimaginable human catastrophe. The United Nations, a bloodbath. We, as a community, are in need of healing. Hundreds of civilians were bombed, shelled, and starved, and it was done by the hands of the government for the birth of being a Tamil. It was the start of a rebellion, end of life, and a seed of fear, and a pillage of hope. Black July was the start and turn of events, making Sri Lanka one of the bloodiest wars of the century. The horror and impact that has occurred has had its consequences and impact on many people, and the Tamil Canadian history is intertwined with these events. Together, we are here to learn and reflect back on the time in our history 38 years ago. As this grief embeds itself into the fabric of our identity and understanding of our community, may we open our hearts, our ears today, and sentiments that soothe our affected hearts and those that are still in grief and pain. At this time, I'd like to invite the Canadian Tamil Congress President, Mr. Simanalengo, for his remarks.
Thank you, Ravina. Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, on behalf of Canadian Tamil Congress, I would like to thank all of you for taking time to join us today as we discuss, learn, and reflect about Black July, which is an integral part of Tamil history. Canadian Tamil Congress has been hosting Black July event for several years. Since independence in 1948, there have been a number of actions by the majority Sinhalese government that have systematically discriminated Tamils. In 1956, the government made Sinhala as the only official language of the country, thereby not giving equal status to Tamil language. This was the first of many steps in taking away minority rights and started the problem. In 1961, legislation was passed that required all government employees to learn Sinhalese and pass proficiency test or relinquish their right to job promotions. Due to this law, thousands of Tamil were forced into early retirement or resignation. In 1971, a system of standardization was implemented for university admission. This standardization was aimed at limiting university admissions from each community to their respective share of the population, which clearly benefited the majority at the expense of the largest minority, the Tamils. The post-standardization, the marks required by Tamil students to gain admission to university could be as high as 1.5 times marks required by the Sinhalese or Muslim student. In 1981, during one night during curfew, Sinhalese policemen and parliamentary personnel burned down Jaffna Library, one of the largest libraries in Asia and the largest repository of Tamil archive materials, including palm leaf, manuscript, a document of priceless historical value, works and irreplaceable manuscript written by Tamil philosophers. Not only were the Tamils' rights being systematically denied, they were also at the receiving end of the brutal violence. Since independence, there have been communal violence in 1956, 58, 1967, 77, and 1983. During these violences, Tamil houses were set on fire, their business were looted, and their relatives burned to death. As a result, many Tamils were forced to become refugees in their own country, all because they spoke a different language and were Hindus and Christian, not Buddhist. After 1983 riots, known as Black July, more than 800,000 Tamils left Sri Lanka and settled down globally, with over 300,000 Tamils living in Canada, making Canadian Tamil as the largest Tamil diaspora. This is why Black July is an integral part of our history and important for all of us to remember and reflect on. While we remember the past, it is also important for us to continue to be engaged in the pursuit of finding solutions for fundamental Tamil issues in Sri Lanka. CDC has been advocating for justice and accountability for the war crime and crime against humanity committed in Sri Lanka, and will continue our work locally and internationally until there is a solution where Tamils and other communities can live in Sri Lanka with dignity, peace, and freedom. Once again, we thank you all for joining us today, and we encourage all of you to join us in our efforts to building a better world for Tamils. Thank you all.
Thank you, Elengo Uncle. And now we would like to draw your attention to a documentary. This is a full disclosure that some of the things that are going to be discussed here tonight may be triggering for some individuals. There might be graphic displays of images that might be triggering to you, and explanations or depictions of mental states of people suffering trauma. And if there's something that you find disturbing, you may please feel free to exit the meeting at any time. So we'll be playing a video that will share some experiences of people and their stories regarding Black July.
Our minibus was caught in heavy traffic due to the curfew, and we're just locked in amongst millions of people, and all of a sudden police were trying to barricade people off. Police got pushed down, and millions of people were just fighting, and there was just rioting in the streets.
The skyline was just lit up at night. The Sri Lankan people, as you know, were getting their revenge on the Tamil-owned factories and industry in the Colombo. Of all things to be destroyed, it was the wrong thing. They were, in my factory, just cutting off their own noses. The meats industry, the cotton mills were ablaze. The coconut oil mills were ablaze. Hotels that they picked, which were Tamil-owned, they firebombed.
Well, we were in Trincomalee when it started, and there must have been a lot of raging fires in the town. There was a lot of gunfire. Next morning, I went into the town. Fires were still burning pretty fiercely. And the thing was entirely sectarian. I mean, if you were a Tamil, you were in trouble. If you weren't a Tamil, it was rather like being in Ulster. There was no war going on unless you were one side or the other. We then had to take a different route back to Colombo. And again, it's wherever the Tamil appeared to be in the minority was where there was some pretty fierce goings on.
Would you go back there?
Oh, very much. Absolutely beautiful land. It's just so sad to see it being destroyed in this way.
anti-Tamil riots and chaos erupted on July 23, 1983 in Sri Lanka, a pear-shaped island off the coast of India. The state-sponsored pogrom left a black mark on the country's history and the minds of many. The riots were carried out by mobs of Sinhalese, with the complicity of the Sri Lankan government, who targeted Tamil homes and businesses. The hardest hit parts of the country were areas where Tamils lived amongst the predominant Sinhala population. Colombo, the nation's capital, was badly affected, and the violence spread to Kandy, the hill capital, Nuwara, Badula, Bandarawala, Matala, Negombo, and many other parts. However, the impact of Black July has affected the entire island. The violence was sparked after the burial of 15 soldiers who were ambushed by Tamil militants in the north, perhaps in retaliation to the systematic oppression of the minority Tamils by the government of Sri Lanka.
In the morning, I heard some news that some of the shops owned by the Tamils in Baralla were looted, and actually there was a fire, and the owners were attacked, assaulted. So I told my children not to go to school on that particular day.
We were kind of concerned, okay, does this mean there's going to be an issue in Jaffna? But there's always a thought about something going to happen in Jaffna. It never occurred to us that this could come to Colombo. Because, I mean, Colombo was metropolitan, was the tourist hub. You know, it never occurred to us. And Monday morning, one of our neighbors came back from work early. This is early in the morning. He came back from work early and he said, there's problems starting. I think you should take any valuables you have, like jewelry and other stuff that you want to put away safe, and go put it in the local bank. Maybe more than half an hour later, my grandfather comes in his motorbike, and he goes, okay, you know what, you're not going anywhere because the local grocer at the top of the road, it's burning.
நான் அப்போ ப்ரெக்னெண்ட்டாக இருந்தேன் 9 months. அப்போ ஹஸ்பண்ட் வந்து ஒர்க்கு போயிட்டார். நான் பஸ்ஸில் தான் போய் வரேன் சென்ட் கிளாஸுக்கு. அப்போ இவர் சொன்னார், கொஞ்சம் பிரச்சனை போல இருக்குது, இன்றைக்கு போவேன். நான் வந்து லீவ் அடிச்சுட்டு வீட்டை இருந்தேன். 12:40 போல் நாங்கள் நியூஸும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டு லஞ்ச் பிள்ளைங்க சாப்பிட்டு கொண்டு இருந்தேன். நாங்கள் இருக்க சத்தம் கேட்டு அடிச்சு கொண்டு ஆக்கள் கத்திக்கொண்டு, இப்போ உடனே ஆக்கள் கத்திக்கொண்டு ஓடிக்கொண்டு வேற நாங்கள் உடனே பின்னுக்கு கொரிடோர், அதுக்குள்ள ஒரு கிச்சன், அதுக்குள்ள எல்லாரும் போயிருந்துட்டோம். அப்ப எல்லாரும் கூட என்னத்தான் பயந்தார்.
இப்ப நான் சொன்னேன், நான் 2 சிங்களம் வந்துட்டானம்மா, அப்பா ஓடுங்க எல்லாம் போகும்ட்டு அவங்க கரிதமிழையா பழையா இதெல்லாம் துவப்பான்னு சொன்னாங்க. நாங்க ஓடி ஒளிஞ்சு நான் இந்த வீட்டு சீலிங்குல ஒளிஞ்சிட்டேன். மேல சீலிங் அதுக்குள்ள ஒளிஞ்சிட்டேன். அம்மா அப்பா தங்கச்சி எல்லாம் பிரிஞ்சிட்டாங்க. எல்லாரும் திக்கா போயிட்டோம். மாமா எல்லாரும் போயிட்டோம். பிறகு வந்து அடிச்சாங்க, தடியாலையும் கல்லாலையும் அடிச்சாங்க. அடிச்சு வீடு உடைச்சினாங்க. வீட்டு கிளாஸ்ல சிற 2 விழுந்து. பின்ன என்ன நடந்தா, பிறகு அம்மா எல்லாரும் பயத்துல ஓடி வழியா உடைஞ்சிட்டா. கடைசியா ஒரு 4 சிங்களம் ரோடுக்குள்ள வந்து பெட்ரோல் பொம்மா போட்டு எரிச்சாங்க. எரிக்க வீடு 10 வாங்கிட்டுது. நிலமெல்லாம் ஒரே கிளாஸுகளும் உடுப்புகளும் எல்லாம் சின்ன ஆயிட்டுது.
I knew my mother was shepherding us, shepherding me, my grandmother, and then before you knew it, there was like tens of our neighbors in our house. Everybody was being shepherded by my mother through a gate in the back of our house, a backyard, to our neighbors. And I remember running through it, and one of the neighbors in the back of our avenue is Sinhalese, and that was my mother's intention, that we would go there for safety. And they saw us coming. You could see them peek through their windows. They saw us coming, and they shut the door. And so my mother quickly changed the route, and she took us across the lane into a house where the front door was open. I didn't know this, but there was a widow who lived in this house, and she was a Sinhalese widow. It just She said, no, it's too many of you. I can't keep too many of you. My mother just kept talking. And I remember her pulling me and putting me in the front of her. I didn't know at that time, but apparently this lady had a soft spot for me, even as a baby. And then before I knew what was going on, the lady had acquiesced. She said yes. And she was taking us into this tiny little storeroom at the very back of the house. There was 12 or 13 of us in this tiny storeroom. Men, women, children. And we stayed in the storeroom for what felt like forever. It felt like an eternity. Every second ticked. And you could hear the screams. And you could hear the burning, the bombs, the I don't know what kind of bombs they were using, but you could hear the detonations, you could hear the gunfire, and we could smell the smoke, and we were stuck in this room.
எல்லாரும் போய் கிச்சனுக்குள்ள இருந்தாங்க, சின்ன கிச்சன். எல்லாரும் டோரையும் அமர்த்தி வச்சு கொண்டு இருந்தது. நெட்ட டோர்ல ஒரு ஆள், அப்புறம் எல்லாம் அமர்த்தி கொண்டிருக்க ஒரு ஆள் கடைசியா வந்து ஒரு இலை வாங்க அடிச்சது டோரை. அதுக்கு பிறகு அமர்த்தி பிடிச்சி கொண்டு இருந்து பிரியோசனம் வேறு துறந்துடன்னு சொல்லிட்டார். எங்களை ஒன்றும் செய்ய வேண்டாம், நாங்கள் உங்கள்கிட்ட இருக்கிற எல்லாம் தகரம் கூட்டி கொண்டு அந்த போய் டோருக்குள்ளால நம்ம தான் டாக்டர்கிட்ட போய்க்குள்ள ஒரு இல்லை நோமலா தானே இருந்தது. ஆனால் அன்றைக்கு ஃபீல் பண்ணிட்டேன், மூமெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் குறைஞ்சிட்டு. அப்புறம் அந்த வீட்டில் தான் இருந்தாங்க. டாக்டர்கிட்டையும் அவங்களுக்கு போயிட்டுது. என்னோட மூமெண்ட்ஸ் குறைஞ்சிட்டு நான் நல்லா ஃபீல் பண்ணிட்டேன். ஆனால் டாக்டர்கிட்ட போக பயந்தானே.
ஃப்ளைட்ல போச்சு. ஃப்ளைட்ல போறதுக்கு ஃப்ளைட் உடனே புக் பண்ணிடலாம். இனி ஷிப்புக்கு போறதுக்கும் பெரிய கஷ்டப்பட்டு தான் நாங்கள் ஷிப் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணி தான் கிட்டத்தட்ட சீட்டும் இவ்வளவுக்கு வெளியே கிடைக்கலும் கிடைச்சு. It took 3 days to reach KKS. August 4th போனாங்க. அப்ப நாங்க 31st தான் பண்ணிருந்தோம் ஷிப் போய். பிறகு அங்க மலைபை ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ல அட்மிட் பண்ணி பிள்ளை இறந்து ஸ்டில் போகும்.
வீடு எல்லாம் எரியாது. அப்பா என்ன செய்தாங்க, ஒரு மாமை பின்னால குசினிக்கு பின்னால ஒரு மாமரம் இருக்கு, அதுல சாஞ்சி இருந்துல ஒரு சிங்களன் சொன்னான், கேரி தெமலையா தமசுல ஐயோ மித்தனா பழைய துவப்பாங்கன்னு சொல்ல அப்பா கையை வச்சு யோசிச்சு பண்ண அப்பா கட்டின வீடு, என்னோட சொந்த வீடு. கடைசி தங்கச்சி என்ன செய்யறேன், உடனே அவருக்கு சிங்களம் கதை. அப்ப அவருக்கு வயசு நாளைக்கு ஒரு 9 வயசு இருக்கு. 9 வயசு இருக்கு. அப்ப வரைக்கும் அவ சொன்னாங்க தாத்தாடுக்கு ஆண்டேப்பான்னு சொல்லி. அப்ப அவங்க கத்திய ஒண்ணு வந்தாங்க. அப்ப தங்கச்சி போய் கட்டி பிடிச்சாருங்க. தங்கச்சி அவங்க கிட்ட சவுத்துவப்பாங்கன்னு சொன்னது. தங்கச்சி அப்பா ஓடிட்டு அங்கால போய் 10 கிலோ ஒழிக்கிட்டேன். இப்படி டைம் ஆகுது, 7 8 மணி ஆகணும்னு எல்லாரும் போயிட்டாங்க. ஆனா நிக்கிறாங்க தக்ஸுகள் நின்று சாமான்களை பொறிக்கொண்டு இருக்கிறாங்க.
They had lists of houses and names. They knew which houses were Tamil, and they knew where they had to go, because not a single of the Sinhalese houses were touched. And the only list of that kind is the voters list. They knew they were going out to eradicate the Tamil from Colombo.
Some people were pulled out of the cars and assaulted, and they overturned the cars and set fire to the. I saw 2 or 3 police officers at the junction in front of the lake house, but they didn't take any action to stop them. So I was so scared because I know what is happening. So I went back to my seat and seated. I didn't want to watch anymore because I was so scared.
Agents of the state, such as the army and the police, stood by and did nothing to quell the angry rioting mobs, and some even encouraged the violence.
So we got as many people together, and it was basically at that time our immediate neighbors, basically the women and the children, and my mother took the lead, and we were walking. And I turned around and I ran back into our house in the front gate to get my dog. My mother screamed, "No, don't!" And I didn't stop because of my mother's scream. I heard her scream. I stopped because that's when I saw the monks coming around the corner. Buddhist bhikkhu monks, head shaven, in their saffron robes, with machetes.
Then on the third day, we thought it's not safe to stay there anymore. So we had to go to the camp where all those refugees were there. Actually, the camp was open at the Hindu College, Bamalapitia, Saraswati, all close by.
So now the sun had set, it was nighttime, and we were being loaded into these refugee camps, into these trucks, lorries. They made me stand towards the front of the lorry because it was jam-packed. People were so crushed in there. We were like cattle. We were like swine being taken away. So the truck was going and turning into the Gaul Road. And that's where most of the shops are. There was broken shops, places on fire. And that's when I saw it. This was one of the hardest memories for me to hold. And I can't let go. It's a human form burning. I couldn't tell if it was a male or a female, but all I knew was it was a human form. I could see the head, the body, and the legs. It was burning, and nobody was doing anything. It's like you had burned garbage. I guess to them, Tamils were garbage.
A week of violence left the South engulfed in flames, with 3,000 lives lost, thousands more displaced, and the loss of over $1 billion in property. The Sri Lankan government was forced to impose a nationwide curfew to control the violence and to start relief work.
Thank you. This speaks to the truth, and no one's still held accountable. And our stories and testimonies are our backbone, and we rely on them to feel human connection. We're very lucky today to have someone to speak on their experience. Next, I would like to invite Vanita Nathan, who has a strong passion for advocacy and is flourishing making history in our community. She's a 3-time elected public school board trustee and has served as the chair of the York Region District School Board. She is also the recipient of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. Vanita Nathan boarded a Canada Board flight from Colombo on her 16th birthday. 30 hours later, she landed in Vancouver, and it was still her birthday. Her parents' decision to migrate to Canada was a vital point in her life, and she's here to talk about her experiences as she was there experiencing Black July firsthand. So I'd like to welcome Vanita Nathan to talk about her experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravina, for that introduction, and thank you, Langona, for asking me to speak today. This is not my first time speaking at a Black July event. I have spoken before in the universities for youth a lot of the times about my experience and trying to relate to them, to talk to them about the importance of preserving and remembering and understanding our history. But as you could see from the documentary we saw, I remember being there when that documentary was made, because we made that for the CTC was actually commemorating the 25th year of Black July. And I remember being there helping organize some of the events. Like we've had many events that time. It was in 2008. And I had an opportunity to actually listen to many people speak about the experiences, because we were documenting everyone's life stories and histories around the Black July, and had the opportunity to listen to many people talk about it. Years later, watching that video right now, and also hearing these stories, it makes me get goosebumps, and still an unknown fear seeps through, because it just takes me right back to when I was 9 that year. I think I was very little. I was in school, and I remember the school was let go at 10 in the morning because the riots have started. And I know nobody will be home when I come home. So I usually walk home. So as I was walking home, I could see there's a lot of commotion on the streets. There's a lot of smoke everywhere. I was really scared. And as soon as I came home, my neighbor came and got me. They were also Tamil, and it was a semi-detached house that we were living in. And years later, I found out that was actually Danton's uncle's house that we were renting. So that was a connection after a long time. But I remember going in the house, and as soon as I was home, I was calm because I didn't have to see any of these things and hear things. But when I came home and I changed from my uniform, my neighbor came and she said maybe I should come and stay with them till my uncle and aunt came home. As I was staying with them to go to school. My mom and dad and my entire family was in Jaffna, but I was staying with my Periyama and going to Good Shepherd Convent in Kotehena. And then they had 3 kids, and a couple of them were close to my age, so we were playing, and what we were doing is we were looking through the window to see what's happening outside. And all of a sudden we heard a few people in sarongs. These are people that we see every day in the junction when we go to school and back. Not so very good people, because they were usually involved in some sort of a ruckus around the community. So we don't usually deal with them. But I know that I've seen these people before. So they're like our neighbors, people that we see every day. But they were coming with, like Kritia was saying, machetes and chains, and they didn't look very friendly. So we ran to the back of the house, and the auntie, my friend's mom, came and said that we need to quickly go through the back. And there's nowhere to go through the back except to jump over the big wall that was there. That's the big fence. And all our neighbors were Sinhalese at that time. So as soon as we were gathering our stuff, I could hear them go into my house because only one thin wall separates these 2 homes. And they were taking stuff from my house, and I could see them carry out suitcases and boxes, and they were basically looting the house. So the TV was gone. So I was crying because I knew something really bad is happening and there's nothing I could do about it. But we needed to pay attention to what we needed to do next to stay safe. So she hurriedly took us, and uncle wasn't home. He was still at work. So it's just her 3 kids and myself. So 4 of us. She was shepherding us through the back. And while we were going, I remember her digging the backyard and burying something in there. So I paid attention to that. I didn't know what it was. Later on, I found out that she had her jewels in a box and she was burying it in the backyard because she didn't want to run away with that, because you never know what's going to happen to us. So we jumped over the fence, this big wall. We jumped to the neighbor's house. And the person was a bit hesitant, but he was helpful. He took us to, and their house was huge, like it was a big mansion. So he took us to the very back of the house. In the kitchen, he put us in the cupboard with where the brooms and like old things were kept. So I remember staying there, and all the other children were staying in other cupboards. And And I think I must have been there for 3 hours, I think. And it was the longest 3 hours of my life, I would say. It took so long, and I think I was sleeping and I was so hungry. I was shivering. It was all dark. I thought I was going to die in there. And I was only 9 at the time, so I was really shaken up. And in the nighttime, things settled. So we found out the neighbor came and got us, and he got us out of the cupboards. He gave us something to eat. And we found out that like they had come and gone in our houses, and things were, it's okay for us to go back home because they've taken everything that they had. So he took us to our house, and we went in and we noticed that the doors were all broken. Everything was taken from there. And my neighbor's relative was a SV, like a sub-inspector. So they came in a police jeep, and took us in the police jeep to a camp. The camp was our police station. And once I went there, I saw tons of other people there. And for us at that age, it was all new, and we didn't understand the situation that's happening around us, because on our way to the camp, I didn't know where I was going. Nothing was told to us. We were young kids. We saw a whole bunch of stores and houses that are being burnt. The sky was particularly dark. Throughout the day, there were lots of smokes and buildings burning, but I was able to see some of them. When I went to the camp, I remember staying there. They gave us bread and water. That's all we had. So we had like pieces of bread each and a little bit of water, with lots of mosquitoes biting us. We couldn't sleep. So we were sitting around in circles talking and things. And I saw like adults crying, and people that I know here now. They have been in the camp there. Like I remember particularly Sudha Kumarasamy. She's one of the counselors here. She was pregnant at the time with her twins, and they were actually born in the camp 2 days after. But we stayed in the camp for 3 days, and then he came and took us. The police officer, the town police officer, who was a relative of the neighbor, took us to their house in Negambo. So when I went there, so my uncle, my aunt, my Periama, who I was living with, they had no idea what's happened to me. They had no way of knowing where I was. I had no way of knowing where they were. So after a month is when they came and found me. So for a whole month, I was living there with them. I remember celebrating my birthday with bread, butter, and jam. Like they made this sandwiches like a cake, and blowing out candles. So these are the things I remember about that. But the time that I spent in Negambo was actually fun for me as a child. And I was sheltered from everything else that happened. But that day, living the 3 days, living through that, and actually experiencing these people that I know coming and looting and taking things out of the house was very traumatic for me. So even now when I think about it, because later on I found out that my uncle and aunt, they had gone through, each of them coming from work. They had experienced so much pain and so much like they have witnessed atrocities beyond belief. In buses, they've seen people being murdered. They've seen people being burnt alive. Because they knew Sinhala, I think they were able to escape. But I heard so many stories after that. And then I remember going to Jaffna a month later on a train. My parent took me there, and I had to go to a new school, and I had to tell people what has happened to me. And there were other kids in my school that had experienced similar things. Some of them have lost parents, and some of them have lost family members. So these are some of my memories of Black July. So I always thought I never questioned why it was called Black July, but my thinking has always been it was called Black July because there was so much smoke from all these buildings that were being burned. The entire Colombo was under dark clouds for days, hence the name Black July. So some people think that it's bad. Anything that's bad that happens, we associate that with black, but this is actually because the city of Colombo was under black clouds for 3-4 days continuously, and that name stuck, I think. Years later, like I put that behind my memories. I don't like to think about that because it was very painful. In our continuum of things that have happened to us, I think Galango Anna was explaining different years, different things have happened, like a series of targeted destruction of property and destruction of lives and killings and Tamils being targeted. As I think, because we weren't there for many of the others, like I was there during the Indian Army time, but not for the Molibai time. But this particularly, the Black July, was very important to us to remember. It's important part of our history, and it's very important for youth, specifically why we need to keep remembering this and preserve this for today's youth, because they could only hear this as stories that has happened. I'm sure there are many here in this presentation today who have had similar experiences because they've actually lived through the Black July. So all of us have a story to tell, especially if you have immigrated because of the war to this country. We have a story to tell. And this is my story that stuck with me, that made a difference in me, because I had to actually leave what I knew, my school and all that, and no clothes. I only had one dress that I was wearing. I was wearing that for like 4 or 5 days, I think, even when I went to Negambo, because my neighbors were able to bring a couple of clothes, and they had a girl that is close to my age. I was able to share her clothes. So remembering not having any of the things that you owned, it was very traumatic for that age. Like I lost all my favorite clothes, my books that I collected, my teddy bears, my toys, and things that I valued a lot at those times. So for young people, it's very important for us to keep documenting this and keep talking about this and to remember this, because they need to understand their root. It's very important to remember and understand the past to move forward and grow stronger as a community as well. And also what transpired from 1983 is a 30-year war, a civil war. And we also have a moral obligation to help support the Tamil community and build it back to its original glory. So we've started some of these work along here in Canada by getting a Tamil chair established and getting the Tamil community center going. So these are important for us to support our community through socially, culturally, and economically. And not only here in Canada, I'm saying this because we are here in Canada, but we have a moral obligation towards our community back home as well, to help the people, build them back up, and make sure that we are having that connection. Like it's not that we've left, all of our families left from back home and we are here, so we have no connection. It's not like that. So we need to actually be able to teach our kids the history and be able to teach them the value in helping the community along and bring them up along with us. So I would encourage, if there's any youth here or even the adults who have experienced it and who have not submitted their stories, Canadian Tamil Congress has a website called blackjuly83.com where people have submitted stories. So please make sure you submit your stories and encourage others to submit their stories. So if youth are watching, please ask your parents about this, how they were affected by Black July 83, and get their stories uploaded on the website as well. There are a number of organizations that do great work in terms of back home and preserving our history, documenting our history. So somehow join with them to see how you could help and lend your support. There's a lot of documentation, statistics, things that are needed. Eventually, at some point in our lives, or maybe in their lives as youth, they may be able to urge the UN to proclaim that what Tamils went through was actually genocide. So for that, we need to make sure we document all the things that have happened to us along the way. It's not only Mulivaikal, it's not only Black July, but all the many things that have happened to us throughout. It needs to be documented for these purposes. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here today. I was hoping that I could speak to a lot of youth because they may have questions and they may wonder what's happened and be able to engage with them. So hopefully next year, most of you are joined here. Please make sure your children or your grandkids are always part of these educational seminars. Please make sure you bring them or help them see these documentaries and the websites and reading with them and be able to educate them on what's happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinita. I think you have like a way with words, and your stories are definitely, you're right, it's our backbone, especially in our community, because, you know, it was all about erasure of our community. So, you know, I think it's a type of resistance to put our stories out there and, you know, find our own history book in that sense. Thank you. Next, we'd like to welcome up Dr. Charan, who is, sorry about that, Dr. Charan, who will be coming and speaking about the significance of Black July and what it has done for our community now, and why it's important that we know, you know, these adverse effects that it has back at home and for us as the Tamil community here. So Dr. Charan, he is best known and widely influential Tamil poet, truly an inspiration. He graduated from Jaffna University with a degree in biological sciences. He was born in Jaffna, Sri Lanka, and he grew up following the Tamil classics and becoming familiar with the works of the younger left-leaning poets from such an early age. He is the inspiration for poetry, has been for war, freedom to write, landscapes, and peace. And he's currently working as a professor, and he enjoys writing. And all of his work has been translated through so many different languages, from Sinhala to Kannada, Swedish. So you definitely need to check those out. I definitely enjoy all of his poems. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Dr. Charan and talk to us a little bit about the significance and its effects on us. Thank you, Dr. Charan.
Thank you, Ravina, for your sweet words, and thank you, Canadian Tamil Congress, for inviting me to share some of my ideas and thinking around Black July. Actually, as Juanita said, it was metaphorically named Black July, not because of the association of the color black with the terror, burning, etc., but partly it was, as I wrote in one of my poems, the fire has written its message on the cloud and on the smoke. So it was black. However, we are mourning the death. We are mourning the victims of the pogrom. The mourning does not necessarily need to be black. The symbol and the color of mourning could be white too, as in white terror. There are several communities all over the world, they mourn, and the symbol of their mourning is white, including the Sinhalese community. Right. So we could take white as the color of mourning. That is part of the reason why I'm wearing white, to indicate and to denote mourning, and also to commemorate the Black July. I would like to start by offering you one of my the memories and recollections on the 23rd of July, actually on the night of the 23rd of July. I was a final year student at the University of Jaffna at the time, together with lots of friends who were budding activists. We were all staying at the boys, quote unquote, boys hostel of the University of Jaffna at the time. And on the night, around 9 p.m. or so, some of us knew that the landmines had been buried on the Palali Jaffna Road and somewhere close to what we call the Tabalpati Junction. But we were a bit far away, not really far away, say about 300 kilometers from the spot at the hospital. And as you all know, in the night, what happened, there was an attack and 13 soldiers were killed. And one of the members of the Liberation Tigers of Tamilam also died in that incident. So what really happened afterwards is what we call the week, almost 5 days of program. However, there was one massacre that took place after the incident in Jaffna was not very well reported and remembered. On the morning of 24th of July, the battalion that was responsible for, the members of the battalion that were killed the night before, the battalion, 1st Battalion, they were stationed at Palali. They broke from their camp and they went on a rampage from KKs all the way to Madhakal, Pandathirpu, Jaffna town, and again to Nelvalian and back to their camp in Palali, right? On the rampage, there were about 51 civilians who were killed. And one of the civilians that was killed in Pandathirpu was my dear friend and mentor. His name was Vimala Das, and he was the editor of a magazine, radical magazine for equality and justice called Manidan. And he was also one of the activists for a very long time. And he was killed in Pandathirpu. And there was a faculty member belonging to University of Jaffna who was killed at the junction, Tirunelveli Junction, the next morning. So it made it 51. And unfortunately, this particular kind of massacre, even though it was recorded, it has never become part and parcel of the Black July memory. So I want to remind all of us that it is not just a larger program that happened in other parts of the world, but this is what happened in Jaffna, which I social scientifically call is a kind of a genocidal massacre. It is not simply a massacre, but a genocidal massacre. So this kind of naming is extremely important for us in the contemporary countries. How do we name certain incident, right? Even whether it's a genocide or ethnic cleansing or a crime against humanity, this particular kind of naming, it has a lot of consequences in terms of international justice and in terms of international law, right? I will explain in a minute why that's so important. But I would like to move on to share some other information pertaining to July 83 program. So we all know that the government decided to bring all those 13 soldiers' bodies for cremation. But the initial decision was to send the bodies to the villages of all those soldiers, not to bring them to Colombo to the kind of cemetery and have a collective, mourning and cremation. So that was the earlier decision. And as some of us may know, there were two senior Tamil police officers were involved in in the security arrangement at the time. One was the Inspector General of Police, Rudra Rajasingham. The other one was Sundaralingam, right? They several times they insisted on the President J.R. Jayapradana that he needs to declare curfew immediately so that their attention situation is bad. And there is a possible violence that's going to happen. But the president did not listen to them. And he did not declare curfew until 2 days after, by the time everything was gone, up in flames and smoke. And so who was instrumental in planning and doing it? We have clear evidence. That was one of the ministers, Viral Matthew, and the trade union that he was in charge of at the time, Janata Sevaka Sangh. We have all that in records. And interestingly, some of the records and some of the results of some of the commissions during the time, it had names and the people who committed all these kind of atrocities and the police officers involved, together with a couple of other commission reports, including the massacre during the time of JVP. Everything is there. But interestingly, in 2000, all these commission reports were marked as secret, and they will be available only after 30 years. So we will not be able to read the people who are responsible and orchestrators of all this kind of thing until 2030. Right. It was extremely very careful plan. And not only these senior ministers, but there were other ministers also, including Gamini Disanayake, who were involved in some of those things, and there are very solid records to that effect. And I will also would like to mention that some of the officers, some of the people, some of the politicians who were part of the program in July 1983 are still in the cabinet, still in the parliament. They belong to not only the United National Party, but also to Sri Lanka Pujana Peramuna and the Sri Lanka Freedom Party. The culprits are still there, no justice, no accountability, no transparency. So we do not have to be surprised, because that is the way things are there in Sri Lanka in terms of immunity, right? And I will give you a couple of other evidence so that we can clearly make a real case that what happened in July 83 is not just simply a program, but it is actually what we call in sociology and anthropology, it's a genocidal massacre with clear intention and pre-plan. And I must also say that the incident that happened at Tirunelveli, the landmine attack, was just a triggering factor. But if there was not that incident, there would have been some other incident, because the planning was already far more ahead for this kind of a program, right? And that is why I say it is very well planned and organized. And from President Jayapradana and his government would later admitted in a statement, and I quote, "A pattern of organization and planning has been noticed," the Minister of Information later told reporters. "Some organized force set this violence in motion. It was not a haphazard hit and run operation. Those who did the operation did not steal, the looters came behind them like scavengers. As Amnesty International documented, government involved in this program was certain. Certain elements of the government in power were suspected of issuing copies of voters' lists to the mobs. In some instances, it is believed that the mobs were dropped off at particular points in vehicles owned by government establishments, such as the State Timber Corporation, the Cooperative Wholesale Establishment, the Ceylon Electricity Board, and the Sri Lankan Transport Board. In other instances, there were reports that buckets of petrol was kept ready in white cans for the mobs at the Ceylon Petroleum Corporation, so they could get and use those already filled up the petrol cans. Also, there are many reports indicated that the members of the armed forces stood by and watched while much of the looting and arson was taking place. Security forces took part. President Jayawardena himself would later admit there was a big anti-Tamil feeling among the forces. And they felt that shooting the Sinhalese who were rioting would have been anti-Sinhalese. That is why the army did not shoot. That is why the army did not react or act. As in some cases, we saw them, the forces, encouraging the rioters. So it is extremely well recorded. And the reason why I'm giving you some of these evidence is just to make sure that there was also a report by International Commission of Jurists, ICJ, at the time, and the report was very well researched and written by Paul C. Hatch, where he says the July program was an act of genocide. That was the first time he used it. And interestingly and surprisingly, there is another person who used to describe this as an act of genocide was the then Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. So she used the term as an act of genocide, right? So why we call it an act of genocide is important for us for one main reason. I know there are lots of debates around calling it a genocide or act of genocide, right? People would say, well, we really need to prove to the through the international justice and law that there was a definite and certain intent so that we could call it it's a genocide, right? But, we also need to understand that the international law is something that keeps on evolving, right? In 1996, 1998, we know the sexual violence, rape, and other incidents, they were considered as genocide after the Rwandan Commission. So it evolves. So initially in 2009, we were under some of our scholars were under the impression that we don't really need to, go for the argument this was a genocide. But it would be more than enough for us to prove the crimes against humanity and war crimes, and that is a kind of a slippery slope that will automatically take us into the idea of a genocide. So genocide is difficult to prove, so that we could simply argue for crimes against humanity and the war crimes. And I did not accept that particular argument for one major reason. The reason is, if we try and convince a lot of groups and a lot of organizations in the so-called international community that we have enough evidence. Of course, we have enough evidence that that's what happened was genocide. And the genocide was preceded by this kind of programs, what we call genocidal massacres with intent. Then there will be consequences. Proving war crimes and crimes against humanity does not have any kind of a collective consequence for we as a community. It may have some results and punishment for individual, not as a community. But if we can convince, of course, it's a genocide, then there will certainly the community, the international community and others need to offer a solution to the issue. So that is the difference. That's the difference between arguing and articulating a case for war crimes and crimes against humanity and arguing and working towards genocide. That is the major difference. And that is what I encourage all of us, including the younger generation, to think about and work harder. So my final point in relation to all these things is to talk something about memorialization and commemoration, right? So there is a challenge. We are having a challenge against forgetting and the erasure and epistemic violence. As you all know, epistemic violence is to erase our experiences and our trauma and our history from its historical records and memory. That is what we call epistemic privilege, epistemic violence. And the second thing is that, we also, as a community, may not remember everything correctly. We may forget, right? The art of forgetting. It's true. We know how difficult it is for certain communities that have gone through genocide to keep the memory alive. We will only end up with having literature and poetry to keep the memory, not the people's record. So it is extremely important for us to commemorate and remember what exactly happened. At the same time, we also need to think about different ways of articulating our memory and commemoration. For example, I would strongly articulate that we need to use the occasions of memory, memorial like Black July program or Mulivaikal Genocide Memory, to include the ideas of the notions of solidarity with other communities. We need to involve, we need to bring them in, and we need to encourage them to commemorate our pain too. For example, this morning I was speaking at a Black July Remembrance commemoration gathering, attended by some 100 people online, organized mainly by some Muslim activists and youth. They are the ones who organized it. That is the spirit of solidarity. In a similar way, there are Sinhalese activists and writers and artists doing it. That is the spirit of solidarity, right? So that kind of a solidarity we need to include in every single of our commemoration. That would be an extremely important thing for us to make bridges and bring in lots of other kinds of supports that is going to strengthen us, not only politically, but also morally and also ethically. That is extremely, extremely important for the younger generation to think. Unlike 25 years ago or 15 years ago, now there's a huge Sinhalese and Muslim social media groups and activity group with more than 3,000, 4,000 members doing all these kind of progressive works in solidarity. Lots of them translating and publishing and remembering. So we need to be part of it. We need to encourage it. On that spirit, I would like to offer you a poem by one of the most senior Sri Lankan Sinhala human rights activist and an academic. His name is Dr. Basil Fernando. He was the director of Asian Human Rights Commission based in Hong Kong. He was one of the witnesses of the Black July program in Colombo. And he witnessed one of the most horrible incidents with his eyes. And he wrote a very powerful poem. And I would like to read that poem. He wrote that in English. He writes in English and Sinhala. This poem is in English. I will read the poem, and that will be the end of my talk. And the poem is titled, Yet Another Incident in July, 83. Burying the dead being an art well developed in our times, our psychoanalysts have helped us much to keep balanced minds, whatever that may mean. There is no reason really for this matter to remain so vivid as if some rare occurrences. I assure you, I am not sentimental, never having had a breakdown, as they say. I am as shy of my emotions as you are, and I attend my daily tasks in a very matter-of-fact way. Being prudent true, when a government says forget, I act accordingly. My ability to forget has never been doubted, never having had any adverse comments on that score either. Yet I remember the way they stopped that car, the mob. There were 4 in that car, a girl, a boy, between 4 and 5 it seemed, and their parents, I guessed. the man and the woman. It was in the same way they stopped the other cars. They stopped this car too. I did not notice any marked difference. A few questions in gay mood, not to make a mistake, I suppose. Then they proceeded to action by routine, pouring petrol and all that stuff. That was the routine on that day. Then someone noticed something odd, as it were, opened the two left side doors, took away the two children, crying and resisting as they were moved away from their parents in that burning car. Children's emotions have sometimes to be ignored for their own good. The guy must have thought. Someone practical was very quick, lighting a match efficiently. An instant fire followed, adding one more too many around the fire. If the fire they chattered of some new adventure. A few scattered. What the two inside filled or thought was no matter at all. Peace-loving people were hurrying towards homes, as in a procession. Then suddenly the man inside, breaking open the door, was out. His shirt already on fire, and his hair too. Then bending, took his two children. Not even looking around as if executing a calculated decision, he resolutely re-entered the car with the children. Once inside, he closed the door himself. I heard the noise distinctly. Still the ruined car is there by the roadside with such other things. Maybe the municipality will remove it one of these days to the capital's garbage pit. The cleanliness of the capital receives top priority of the authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charan. I very much enjoyed your deep analysis into, Black July, and you touched on solidarity and, your modern analysis. I definitely agree with. Thank you for your insight. We very much appreciate it here today. I'd now like to open the floor to anybody that would like to share their experience about Black July or their thoughts. This is very helpful to youth on the call here today to learn and to reflect. And I encourage the youth as well to talk about, what their thoughts are. So I'd like to floor anybody that'd like to speak, you can raise your hand and I can unmute you as well. Anybody? Pirgalan, I see you on the call. Would you like to say anything? I'm just gonna.
Firstly, thank you so much for putting this together. Great content and great speakers. I think it's important that we make a focused effort to reach out to the youth so that they understand. And I think as adults, we have a moral obligation, for lack of a better word, to pass the history on to the younger generation and let them know, the journey that our older generation took, the struggles that they experienced, and, sort of just make them understand how we got to where we are. And we, as Juanita pointed out, just make sure that we have somewhat of an engagement going on, that we can continue to look after those who are victims of everything that followed after Black July. So, and there are many ways to do that. And it's important that we continue to do that and have that engagement so that those who are still waiting for justice and those who are still waiting to sort of start living their lives socially, culturally, and economically, I think it's important that we do that.
Thank you, Perlina. Thank you. When you say that youth do need to know, I feel like sometimes this pain and trauma is intergenerational, and when people do share their thoughts and feelings and how they've overcome it, I feel like it's like a pillar of encouragement and using that as a way to cope with their own trauma in any way or form that they deal with. Anybody else would like to share their opinion or their story?
Are you asking me? No.
Yeah, anybody that.
What was the question again? I didn't quite.
Was just asking like your opinion or any personal stories regarding Black July.
Yeah. If you guys permit, I would like to share one of the stories from Black July. It's going to be in a lighter vein, all right? So we will light up. So when you all know that after the program, sometime around August 4th or August 5th, people started arriving at KK's Kankasindore port. And a lot of Jaffna University students volunteered to go and receive them. And we set up a receiving space there. And what happened was when the ships arrive, people will disembark and we will take them first to Nadeswara College in KKS, where we provided them lunch and food and all kind of thing. And there were vehicles were organized that would be taken, that would take all these people arriving from Colombo as refugees to their places, right? It was an operation going on for a few days, organized by St. John's Ambulance, St. John's College, Mahajana College, and Jaffna University students. So I was I was part of it with my other university friends. Some of them are still they are in Toronto. So there was when we received, there was this the family. They came with a lot of the materials neatly packed and stuff, and they were crying. They lost everything. There was some material, and there was so we offered, okay, we can take you back to the place where your vehicles are there. They will take you home, but some of us will take you straight to Nadeswara College, where you can have lunch and stuff, and the rest we will talk to. Then they said, yeah, you can take this back. So my friend Shelvin and I, we took that big box. It was extremely heavy. And imagine that I was only 47 kilograms at the time, right? Now I am 62, that's a different story. So I couldn't carry it. Though Shelvin and I, with the help of one, we carried that very heavy box to put there. And then I was also very curious, what sort of this extremely heavy stuff in that box. So I secretly opened the side part of the box and saw, guess what was inside? Ammi and Klavi, mortar and pestle, that heavy. So they took the Ammi and Klavi from Balawat all the way to Jaffna, because that is their most precise thing, right? It offers us a lesson in heritage. It offers us a lesson in what exactly you consider precise. And third, it offers us a lesson what exactly left after a program. What remains standing, right? So that is the story I would like to share.
Well, that's definitely, I couldn't imagine being able to that's the item that you choose, in that moment of crisis. Yeah.
It takes a poet to bring a new dimension to the whole story. And I think it's important. I mean, of course, I've been meaning to give my Black July story to the website. One of these days, before my time is up and I've gone, I have to give it. But Sharon brought forward a good point there. So the Black July event happened, and we always have concentrated in Colombo or other places. where we got attacked. But there are a lot of stories of people who went to Jaffna or the Eastern Province and all of that, who disembarked there. And there's a story there as well. I think we should encourage people to come and tell a story from that point of view as well, so that we can combine the whole story and we have a history-making event during that time. Thank you, Chair, for the thought-provoking comments.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Yeah, for sure. I think Rajanko, you definitely touched on it. We do want to encourage people to, share their stories. We do have a website, as Juanita mentioned before. I think we have someone who'd like to speak, so I'm going to ask him to talk. I believe it is Kannan. I'm going to.
Hi, I didn't plan this, but when you're saying to share the stories, my name is Kannan. What I like to say is when this incident happened, I was in Borel where it started. And at that night, we heard a lot of noise and all that, so we didn't know what was happening. From my neighbor's room, I was able to see things are getting burned and all that. Then those days, we don't have cell phones or anything like that. We didn't have a TV or anything like that. So later we found out, people are burning all the Tamil shops and everything. And we were really scared. And I saw it myself from the place where it started in Borel. Borel only started when they brought the bodies to Kanata. And we were really scared. It was a hostel. We had rooms, about 30 rooms, I think. There were 30, 40 rooms. There were majority was Sinhalese, but we were about 10 to 12 Tamil boys, except for one person. We all were bachelors at that time, young bachelors. We were working in Colombo, and that night was a terrible night. We were really scared. And the following day, we didn't know what to do. And luckily, the people who stayed with us, they were good friends. And but still, most of them went to the camp after that. But I didn't, because my parents are living in Naulapitiya, and I didn't know how to get to Naulapitiya. And just to thank my good friend Sharath, who came to see me on the following day from all the way from Moratuwa to see how I'm doing. And even though I was very fluent in Sinhalese at that time, because I grew up in Naulapitiya and studied in Kandy and worked in Colombo, even though I'm from Jaffna. I'm not that fluent now, after being here for more than 30 years now. So my friend said, even though you can speak fluent Sinhalese, I don't think I can take you back to my place because it's too risky, which I agree. So I decided to stay there. I would say, with God's blessing, I'm still living. And I decided to stay. All the others went to the camp. And I think there were a lot of things written on my door, all racial comments and all that. But people who came there didn't know that I was inside the room. I said I was starving for a couple of days. I didn't come out until the curfew was imposed, and I was able to see the city, the burned city, as soon as the curfew was imposed, and the terrible things happened. Okay, and also I was there when Kutimani and the crowd, 37 of them were burnt in the Velikada prison. We heard that big noise, which we didn't know what it was, and later we found out 37 of the Tamil Kaidigal were burned, killed, including Kutumani. So this is every time we talk about July, I was very young. You can't erase these things from my mind, and every time it brings me tears. And also to see a lot of my friends and friends' families were tortured. Some of them were burned alive, looted, and also the entire lifestyle changed. So I get very emotional when I talk about Black July, because since I was there and I was there at the place where it started, and I saw it myself with my own eyes, and I can still picture the burning of Boral, the Tamil shops, and all that. Still, it's in my eyes. I can just still picture them. I just want to share the sad story with you.
No, thank you for sharing that. I can definitely feel your emotion through your story, and I hope you found some sort of healing through that.
That's the reason. Like in '83, I got married in '85 and left the country in '86 because, my eldest daughter was born in Sri Lanka, but no, there I thought the place where I was born. Actually, majority of my friends are Sinhalese, right? Even though I had so many Sinhalese friends and grew up in a Sinhalese place where even when you travel in Udratamaliki or any other express in the upcountry, I've never had a fear talking in Tamil loudly. That's the way we grew up. Then after this, I didn't feel the country is that safe for my children to grow up. I don't want them to go through that. That's why we left the country, and thank God we have a country like Canada where we can live freely, talk freely. God bless Canada.
Yes, for sure. No, thank you. Team Canada, for sure. Again, thank you for sharing all that with us. I think we have
most welcome.
I think we have one more person who'd like to speak. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand or put your name in the chat. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing this wrong. It's Pikinkili, Ellen Cheran, if you'd like to speak.
You have to unmute him.
Yeah, I've asked to unmute. Oh, okay, while we wait for that person, Ahilan, if you'd like to speak.
Oh, hi.
Hello. She's here.
Oh, hi. Yeah, my name is Painkili. Just try to do my video. Okay, I can turn on my video.
Here, I asked you to start your video, so it should pop. There you go. Yeah.
Do you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Painkili. I don't know if I can tell clearly my story. Okay. I lost my... It's okay. I lost my only brother in '83. Yeah, he was 23 years old at the time. It's okay.
It's okay, you can take your time.
Now we are all here for comfort, and take your time and talk. We are among friends.
No, I never talk about this one. I can't even say a sentence. No, I lost my only brother in 1983. He was 23 years old at the time. He was studying engineering at Morato University, and he was at the Ratmalani camp, and he wanted to go to Ballavata camp to see our relatives. Riots, I think, started on 25th, but the situation on 29th was a little calm. He left Ratmalana camp in a taxi with 2 other people to go to Ballavata camp. But riots restarted on the day because there was a rumor about tigers came to Colombo, and we didn't hear anything after. Before he left from Radblana camp, he wrote a letter to us saying that he's safe and he will come soon. But my parents didn't have children for 18 years after their marriage, and they had him. And he was a very loving child. And he was a very smart person. My parents couldn't take this. My mother was affected mentally really bad. And my father had heart attack right when he heard the news. And I was studying third year at University of Jaffna at that time. After that, I couldn't go to the university and stayed with my parents full time for a year. But the next year, on the same day, July 29th, my father had a massive heart attack and died on August 13th on his kidney. The next year, I finished my university studies and got married and joined my husband in Canada. I brought my mother and kept with for 35 years till she died in 2018. Most of my years, I lived with the pain, seeing my mother's suffering. So that was my story.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I know it's, I don't know, but like that was very emotional, and I'm sending you. I know.
We are very sorry. We are very sorry.
Yeah, you know, I'm sending you my condolences for that.
So sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. Sending our condolences.
Very, very sorry to hear that. I would like to actually call and talk to you after. And if you could share your the contact or email or phone number, I'll be more than happy to call and talk to you. That's okay.
Sorry to hear.
I'll put my number here so you can text your phone number. So my name is Silana Lango. I'm the current president of Canadian Tamil Congress, and I'm also putting my email address, and both are in the chat. Please pass your contact, and I will give you a call.
Thank you for sharing that. I think when one person shares it, I feel like more people are more inclined to share their stories, and then we build a community of itself, full of support and healing. So I think that's really great. And I think I'm a youth, and I think I've learned so much from that already, and very much appreciative of you opening up here today. I think the next person that we have on the list, if they'd still like to share their thoughts, is Ahilan. If you'd like to speak.
Hi, I'm Ahilan from Colombo. I guess my video is not clear enough. I guess I got some issue with my camera, so it's not. I guess it's so I was in Colombo. I went to India College in Nagaland. So I went to school as usual on the 24th. So we were on the school, and suddenly around 10:30, they say everybody go home. And they didn't say exactly what happening. They just say there's something going on there, so everybody go home. So I came to the bus, and some of my friends, we get into the bus. There's several buses, but I live in Grand Pass, but I take a long bus ride to Grand Pass, and I was in a bus, and I was driving through, and I seen stuff. People are running around, and when I passed by Colombo Fort, I see the stores are breaking, and people started burning and saying things. They're stealing and running around. And we wear uniforms, so they don't really bother us, because when they're students, so they don't really they didn't even jump to the bus or anything. So I'm so scared, like
if they come to the bus, we have books. I got books and everything. So we know whenever they take the books, they definitely see it's a Tamil. And when I pass by Colombo Port and Petta, I see like the stores are burning and people are getting beat by them. And I see some monks too, they are on the action. So somehow I came home and that was a very scary moment. For me, I was like 17 years that time, super scared. And after few days, it's come down, as she say, on the 29th. Another scary moment. That time we are home already, and then they called us a tigers, like they say in English, like a kotiyanova. So that's that the interviews they were saying like tigers are coming again. That time, the more people even get killed. Even before that, the people started to kill on the 29th. I seen somebody I know he get burned by the tire on the body, get burned out. I didn't see the scene, but I heard some family told me that's one of the fellow get burned in the junction. Those are the story. And after that, I went back to we sold the house in Colombo. We went back to Ariklo to study further. That's why I get some experience from these things. That's scary moment. That's really scary.
It's just like a lot of moving around and just like hiding, essentially.
Oh yes, because we had to stay on some of the people around us, like Sinhalese people. The mostly things happen. There's somebody who don't know that's coming from the other outside. So they are the one coming and attack the people. The people in the same area, maybe they are going to attack somewhere else. But the same area they don't. But some of the Sinhalese, they say, okay, you come to my place, and we went into different people's house, and we slept over for a few nights before. Things are settled down.
I'm just thinking the people that didn't like have Sinhalese friends, like they didn't have that advantage to like.
I know they have the watch list that they went with the watch list, they knocked the doors and they attacked the people too, because they got the that's how they got people killed.
It's scary. Yeah, I'm glad that you're here with us today. For sure. Thank you for sharing that with us. Anybody else that'd like to share? And maybe we'll wrap up. Again, thank you for like opening your hearts. And I'm also thank you for everybody who's opening their ears as well and offering your hearts to listen to that. Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, so I guess we'll wrap things up. I do want to thank everyone here for your presence and participating in our event. We will continue to stand against the crimes of against humanity for our people by collecting evidence and continuing to get witnesses and survivors to share their stories. It is important that our community, we share our stories with the future generations and continue to raise awareness about the atrocities facing our community. We do not need to share it within ourselves, but I think it's also important to share it within the broader Canadian society as well. As education, all of you know, is the most powerful tool in working towards change. I'd like to thank all of you for taking part in our webinar and, find some space and healing in whatever you're doing and taking that first step towards change. Ellen, if you have any other things that you'd like to say?
Yeah, thank you once again. And thank you, Ravina, for organizing today's event and also moderating today's event. And we appreciate all your support and youth involvement in this process. And once again, thank you everyone for taking time to join us, and our speakers today, Jonita Nathan and Professor Charan, for your time and sharing your thoughts. And we, as Juanita mentioned in her remarks, and we do maintain a website, Black July 83, where we document and preserve a lot of testimonial. And these will be very useful in our continuous effort to seek justice and accountability, and also work towards a situation where everyone can live in peace and freedom and dignity in Sri Lanka. So all these testimonials, we continue to look for this, and please, if you, we would be more than happy if you any of can share your experience with us, and also if you know any friends or family members who have direct experiences who can share those. This will become very useful to document those and an effort to find a lasting solution for Tamils in Sri Lanka. And you can certainly email, I have put that in the chat, info@canadiantamilcongress.ca. And if you Google Canadian Tamil Congress, you will get our phone number, contact details. You can also contact us through those phone numbers available on the website. And once again, thank you, Ravina. Thank you, our speakers. Thank you, all of you, for joining us today. And we encourage all of you to join us in our continuous efforts and all of the work that we do locally and internationally for the betterment of Tamil people. Thank you all.
Bye.